Hi, good evening. It's a great pleasure to start with the second session of workshop EMEWE. And it's also the occasion for me to give a memory to Carmelo Torre, Professor Carmelo Torre, that was one of the creator and also fundator the EMEWE session. So this occasion in which ICCSA conference start without Carmelo is very complex to manage this session that was a particular occasion for him to work together, but especially to share the different contribution at a different level, human and scientific, related to assessment and evaluation topics all together. This session is with all the participants online. And we start with, we have a sort of little change of the schedule, and we start with the presentation of Deborah Anelli, Pierluigi Morano, Francesco Tajani, Felicia Di Liddo, and Marco Locurcio. Deborah Anelli is here, yes.
Good morning, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear well. Your contribution is on environmental impact and housing deprivation, a study for the effect of industrial polluting related to the Italian context. Please, Deborah, the floor is yours, and we have about
Thank you so much.
minutes. Thank you.
I have to share my screen, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Can you see my screen now? Do you hear me?
Yes, I see. Yes,
okay,
yes.
Okay.
Sorry, but
Thank
there is
you
a
so
problem. Microphone. Yes.
Okay, so
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. So hello.
Sorry, we are waiting for Deborah Nelly because there has been a problem with the connection. About the other participant to the session, for the first paper in the schedule, Francesco Tajani, Luigi Morano, Deborah Nelly, Giuseppe Cerullo, and Melania Avenas Morente. Who is the speaker?
I am Professor. Good morning. Giuseppe Cerullo.
Giuseppe, okay. And then we have Edda Donati and Dorothy Chalier, I think. We have... No? Nobody of this paper? Okay. And then we have Giuseppe Ciciriello, Benedetta Torre, Carlotta Grandis, Sabrina Sacco, and myself, but Giuseppe Ciciriello is here. I see him.
Yeah, yes, I'm here. Good morning.
Okay. And perhaps could be better we start with Giuseppe Cerullo, because I think that if there is a problem, it could be solved in this way. We start with Giuseppe and then...
Okay.
Sorry. So we have the paper of Francesco Tajani, Giuseppe Luigi Morano, Deborah Nelli, Giuseppe Cerullo, and Melania Arenas Morente. So because it's yours, the title is the Reliable Evaluation Method for Effective Urban Planning Initiative, the case study of the agro-food center of the Rome.
Share my screen.
Please, Giuseppe, yes, thank you.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, you can put in
Okay.
on the screen. Okay.
Okay.
Perhaps.
Good morning.
Yes. Now, yes, it's better.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Good morning, everyone. My name is Giuseppe Cerullo. I'm a PhD student at Sapienza University of Rome. And today I'm pleased to present your contribution titled Reliable Evaluation Method for Effective Urban Planning Initiative, the case study of the Agro-Food Center of Rome. Before I begin, I would like to outline briefly what I will present today. I will start by explaining the aim of your study, followed by a general introduction to the topic. Then I will present the case study, focusing on the Agro-Food Center of Rome. After that, we will discuss the extraordinary urbanization contribution, detailing the post-variant and the pre-variant value estimation. Finally, the conclusion will be discussed. The main objective of this research was to develop a rational and replicable method for calculating the extraordinary urbanization contribution, EUC. Traditionally, EUC is assessed using static approaches, which often fail to consider the timing and financial structure of complex urban projects. In your study, we propose a dynamic approach based on discount cash flow analysis to provide a more realistic and fair estimation of value increments. We applied this method to the expansion project of the Rome Agro-Food Center, comparing it with the traditional static model, with the broader aim of promoting transparent and equitable value sharing, especially in public-private partnership. To introduce the topic, I will briefly touch on 4 key points. In modern urban transformation project, value recapture mechanisms are becoming more and more essential. This is especially true because public administration often face significant financial constraint. And at the same time, there is a strong global push for more sustainable and inclusive development. In Italy, one of the main instruments used to manage this redistribution is the EUC, and this mechanism helps create a fair balance between private interests and the benefits for the community. However, despite its strategic importance, the UC is still often calculated using static methods. These methods simply compare revenue and cost without taking into account their real distribution over time. These can lead to an inaccurate or even unfair assessment, and in the context of public-private partnership, it can create economic imbalances or discourage private investor because it may impose a unrealistic financial burden. The Rome Agro-Food Center is the focus of the case study. It was originally established in 1910 in the Ostiense area as the general market of Rome. Over the years, it was decided to relocate the market to Guidonia Montecelio, and the new center, the Agro-Food Center, was inaugurated in 2006. Today, it is one of the largest European logistic hub for agro-food products. And due to continuous growth in demand, the original site, which covers 140 hectares, is now approaching full capacity. This has led to the need for expansion, introducing what we call Sector B. The Agro-Food Center is composed of a different sector, as you can see in the picture in bottom left of the slide. The analysis focuses on sector B, which cover about 62.5 hectares, shown on right in slide. This area represents an extension and completion of the original site. Within Sector B, planned function include office, accommodation area, archaeological path, space for private operator, and various support and complementary service. In this slide, we introduced the methodological framework for calculating the UC, and the UC is determined by applying a percentage at least 50%, but in this case, increased to 65%, and the surplus value generated, this surplus value is calculated as a difference between the post-variant market value and the pre-variant value. And to estimate the post-variant value, we used the discount cash flow analysis, while for the pre-variant value, we referred to average agriculture land value, published by the Lazio region. Here, we focus on the cost structure in the discount cash flow analysis. The main component is the construction cost, which were calculated for three different functions: industrial, accommodation, and directional building, based on their price list, and then adjusted to reflect the local market dynamics. In addition to construction cost, we also included the legal expenses, technical fee, urbanization, and contribution charge, management cost, and the entrepreneur profit. All these costs were distributed over a 70-year period, divided in 14 semesters. Next, we can look at the revenue structure. Revenue were estimated using home data from the Italian revenue. We considered about 700 euro for square meter for industrial space, 2,400 euro for accommodation area, and 2,000 euro for directional or office space. And the distribution assumed reflecting the real market assumption partners. In this slide, we can see a summary of the key results from the DCFA. First of all, we obtain a post-variant market value of about 7.8 million euro, and to guarantee the entrepreneur profit of around 50% of the market value of the units to be realized, as required by the regulation, we used an iterative process. Another crucial indicator is the net present value, which is positive, and stand approximately 24.8 million euros. This clearly confirms the financial viability of the project and supports its overall economic sustainability. Moving to the final results, we can clearly see the difference between the dynamic approach and the traditional static method. By using the discount cash flow analysis, we obtain a post-variant market value of about 17.8 million, while the static approach gave a higher value of around 8.2 million euro, and showing an overestimated of about 5.6%. These results highlight that the static analysis tend to overestimate the real market value of the project. This can lead to the application of an unfair AUC based on a realistic value, and which may discourage private investors and create financial imbalances. On the other hand, an evolution based on discount cash flow analysis allow for more sustainable and coherent urban planning change. Then, regarding the prevariant value, we consider land as agricultural, apply an average agricultural value of 33,000 euro for hectare. For an area of 62.5 hectares, this results is about 2 million euros. This resulting surplus value is therefore around 5.7 million euros. And by applying the 65% rate, we calculated an UC approximately 3.7 million euros. And this value, the UC, plays a crucial role. It ensuring that the part of the value created by planning decision is redistributed back to the community, supporting public infrastructure and promoting a more equitable and sustainable urban development. In conclusion, your study highlights several key aspects. First of all, the dynamic approach through the use of discount cash flow analysis provide a more accurate and realistic estimation of surplus value, and helping to reduce overestimation and ensuring fair results. Secondly, despite higher analytic complexity, this method is full compliant with the legal requirements. Finally, this approach is both replicable and adaptable, offering public administration a strong reliable framework with a sustainable and equitable urban transformation in different contexts. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your interesting presentation, Giuseppe. There are some questions. Yes, I try to give the floor to Giuseppe. It's not so clear, but is Giuseppe.
Okay. So, hello, Giuseppe. My name is Marta Del Lovo. Thank you very much for your presentation. I'd like to ask you, it's more about some also suggestion, because sometimes also we work in other contexts. It is not the Lombardy region, and we use the listino tipologico that actually is based according to construction phases and is based on the cost of the Lombardy region. So I'd like to ask you, how did you adjust the cost, the unit cost for being applied in the context of the Lazio region, so in Rome? And then I would like to ask if you can explain us also about the discount rate that you use in the discounted cash flow analysis. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was very interesting.
Okay, thank you.
Marta. Giuseppe, please.
Okay, thank you for the question. So the first for the cost regarding adjustment of the unit cost. It is true that the price lists are based on the standard value, sometimes reflecting construction costs from the Lombardy or Lombardy region. In your case, I don't apply correction coefficients. But we don't apply correction coefficients. And the second question is discount rate. Yes, discount rate. We use the rate that represents the average cost of capital, excluding any additional premium for entrepreneurial risk. And this rate is consistent with the similar urban transformation evaluation and ensure a fair and conservative approach in assessing project feasibility.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Really, thank you. There are some other question, reflection about the presentation of Giuseppe? No, it's okay. Thank you, Giuseppe. I think that the dynamic approach that you underlined could be particularly interesting, especially not only for the inclusion of time, but especially because it could be a good base for the discussion and the negotiation among the different stakeholders. So this approach could be interesting also because consider the time as a variable, but also as a perspective.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I think that Deborah is with us.
I'm sorry, I was.
There are some problem of connection, I think.
Okay, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Sorry, I was talking alone for 20 minutes before because I didn't understand that my connection was interrupted, so I'm sorry.
So, and we go.
Yes.
Are you able to start your presentation or not? I don't.
Yes, only one moment, sorry.
Okay. The contribution is face the environmental impact on housing deprivation, a study of the effect of industrial polluting site in the Italian context. In the Italian context, please, Deborah.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, it's okay.
Thank you so much. Okay. So hello everyone, I'm Deborah Madli from University of Rome, La Sapienza, and I present the work done together with my colleagues, Professor Luigi Morano, Francesco Tajani, Felicia Di Lito, and Marco Locurcio. The study deals with a complex and urgent issue, the relationship between housing deprivation and environmental pollution, with particular reference to the sites of national interest in Italy. And the current study has been developed within the current research brain project 2022, named INSPIRE, Improving Nature Smart Policies Through Innovative Resilient Evaluation. The objective of the work is twofold: verify whether there is a correlation between house prices and the presence of polluting industrial sites, to evaluate how this correlation changes according to factors related to housing deprivation, such as accessibility, distance from urban greenery, or mortality rate from serious diseases. We analyzed 41 scenes in Italy, divided into 3 groups: 11 still active, 23 abandoned, 7 partially decommissioned. We used a genetic algorithm to estimate nonlinear relationship between variables and develop a generalized interpretative model. Worldwide, vulnerable populations most frequently live near sources of pollution. This phenomenon, also called environmental rushism, has been documented in the USA, China, and, as we will see, also in Italy. In many cities, real estate prices fall in polluted industrial areas, making them accessible only to those who cannot afford better alternatives. This creates a vicious circle between home deprivation and environmental damage. The case of Taranto and Hilva in Italy is emblematic. High rate of cancers and respiratory diseases, decline in real estate value, and social polarization between those who ask for environmental protection and those who defend employment. So, for our case study, we analyzed 41 sites identified by the Ministry of Ecological Transition. These are areas of high environmental contamination, often located in urban or semi-urban areas. They include steel mills, ports, landfills, mines, areas with asbestos. The variables analyzed include, first of all, the dependent one, so the difference between the average municipal price and the average price of the scene area. Then we have 7 explanatory variables: age of the plant, surface of the scene, distance from urban greenery, public ones, accessibility, distance from the center of the city, mortality from cancer, and mortality from neurological disease. To explore the relationship between variables, we adopted an evolutionary technique, multi-case strategy of evolutionary polynomial regression. This technique allows to generate nonlinear symbolic models, and it is adaptable to several subcases at the same time, so active, dismissed, partially dismissed scene. And it is able to keep the number of variables and confusions to a minimum. The model estimates the impact of each independent variable on the price difference between the scene zone and the rest of the municipality, considered as a proxy for the preferences of the inhabitants. We obtained distinct models for the 3 groups of scene. The most evident result is that only one variable, accessibility, maintains a direct and consistent relationship in all cases. So greater distance from infrastructures means greater price penalty. Let's now go into the detail about results. For example, age of the plant. Behavior varies greatly between the 3 groups. In active scene, if built after 1910, the price difference is positive, so the quotation and the scene area are lower than the municipal average. This indicates a persistent negative perception, perhaps due to the visibility of the plant and its recent activity. In disused or partial scene, age no longer acts in the same way, so recently abandoned sites are associated with above-average prices, as if the closure of industrial activity had improved the perception of the neighborhood. In partial decommissioned scene, the trend is similar, but more stable. Prices remain above the municipal average. In other words, when the plant is closed or inactive, the area can regain value, while if it is active, even if recent, it continues to generate devaluation. For the total area of the scene, here we can observe interesting dynamics. In active or disused scene, a larger surface area reduces the differential, so therefore prices in the area increase, sometimes exceeding the municipal average. This can happen when the site has been reurbanized or integrated into the urban fabric. On the contrary, in partial scene, a larger surface area leads to a worsening of prices. This could reflect the perceived uncertainty. The site is neither active nor decommissioned, and this curbs investment and penalizes the real estate value. For the distance from urban green areas, another of the independent variable, the effect depends on the distance. In active scene, if the urban park is less than 5 kilometers away, the prices of the industrial area exceed those of the municipality. Between 5 and 12, the trend is reversed. So there is an optimal threshold of proximity to greenery beyond which the beneficial effect is attenuated. In the decommissioned scenes, the threshold is lower, around 6 kilometers. Behind this distance, greenery no longer compensates for the penalization of pollution. In partial scene, on the other hand, the relationship is reversed. The greater distance from green does not lower prices, and this suggests that in presence of residual industrial activity, the presence of greenery matters less or is compensated by other factors. For what concerns the health variable, for example, the cancer mortality, this variable is strongly correlated with the perception of health risk. In active or disused scene, a higher rate of cancer mortality is associated with lower prices in the industrial area, so it confirms the presence of perceived and persistent environmental damage even after decommissioning. In partial scene, on the other hand, the behavior is less linear. When mortality is very high, the difference between the scene area and the municipality average decreases. It is possible that in these cases, other areas of the municipality are equally penalized, canceling the gap. For what concerns the neurological mortality instead, major ambiguities emerge. In active or disused scene, the increase in neurological mortality reduces the differential. Prices are close to municipal price, but from below, so they remain lower. In partial scene, on the other hand, relationship is direct. As mortality increases, the difference grows and the scene area loses further value. This suggests that the social perception of health risk is not uniform, but depends on the type of pathology and the state of the industrial site. The results confirm that the social perception of pollution changes profoundly based on the history of the site, the urban context, and the local health data. Our study highlights that real estate markets are highly sensitive to the presence of sin, and the perception of pollution, access to services, and sanitary conditions influence the value of homes, especially in fragile urban contexts. The result, although preliminary, offer valuable indications for public policies to mitigate environmental inequalities, to plan urban regeneration strategies, and to identify the areas at the higher risk of poverty pollution that require urgent intervention. So the work is part of the aims of the Inspire Print 2022 project aimed at promoting innovative and resilient policies in urban areas. Thank you for your attention. I thank also my co-authors for the shared work, and I'm available for any questions and insights.
Thank you so much, Deborah, for your interesting presentation. There are some issues, some questions here in the room. Please come here. I don't know if Julia, perhaps here. So,
okay.
Yeah,
so,
yes.
Hi, Deborah.
Sure.
I'm Julia. Thank you for your presentation. That is really interesting. Also, according to the fact there was flow of the industrial sector. It is not a question, but mainly a curiosity. So I would ask to you how these results can maybe support some decision process to identify some intervention or policies in order to overcome these negative impacts of these assets, or maybe support decision maker, public authority, or also private investor in this sense. Thank you.
Thanks, Julia. Well, our obtained results can be used as a guide for, first of all, understanding how the real estate market that we usually very often use as a proxy of all the socioeconomic and also environmental dynamics that happens within the cities and in general any kind of territory, can receive, they can also perceive the presence of industrial sites. So if we know that there are some factors pertaining to health sphere that influence in a negative way, and also in a different share the housing price, so the real estate market, the decision maker can use this information in order to reduce, most of all, the effects, the negative effects that, given by the industrial sites, proximity, for example, and any other kind of things.
Thank you. Another consideration could be related to the selection of the different variables that you have identified, because perhaps could be interesting also to understand if this list could be able to include some other issue that could be start from the not only from the objective observation of data, but also from the perception of people that consider the effect of pollution in a different way. So it could be interesting to combine hard data and soft data, but also to include some other variables that could be relevant for the multidimensional assessment of this kind of effect.
Thank you so much. Yes, of course.
Yeah. Thank you. If there are some other reflection, no, it's okay. So we can start also with the second contribution with Deborah Anelli as author. There are also Pierluigi Morano, Francesco Tajani, Felicia Di Liddo, and Marco Locurcio. No, sorry. Deborah Anelli, Pierluigi Morano, Maria Rosaria Guarini, and Francesco Tajani. Sorry. The title is Student Housing Market, an evaluation model for the identification of the investment opportunity to the European cities. Yes.
Okay, can you see my screen? Yes?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so I will present the work that was born as part, also in this case, of the Pre-Inspire project, together with my colleagues, Professor Pierluigi Morano, Maria Rosaria Guarini, and Francesco Tajani, and which proposes an evaluation model to identify the best investment opportunities in the student housing sector in the main European cities. The issue is highly topical and relevant, especially in light of the growing international student mobility and the need for sustainable urban regeneration. So the goal of our work is to build a replicable model based on the break-even point analysis to verify the economic feasibility of projects to convert existing buildings into student residences. We start with a common case study, which is then adapted to the local specificities of the 30 European cities, considering three key elements: fixed cost, variable cost, and monthly unit revenues. Through this approach, we can determine the minimum area to be rented to reach break-even, the difference between estimated and optimal revenues, and thus identify the cities that offer the most favorable condition to invest in this sector. The European housing market is booming, so planned investment exceeds 9 billion euros with returns between 4% and 7%. And there are many reasons for this. First of all, the growth of the student population, over 20 million in Europe. The promotion of mobility through Erasmus Plus program and initiatives. The scarce availability of adequate public housing, and the attractiveness of university cities for foreign students. At the same time, the sector represents a driving force for urban regeneration through the sustainable reuse of abandoned buildings in line with European cities. So, starting with our case study, we have a common case study. So, a building of about 7 floors and 2,678 square meters that should be realized for student housing. The project identified consists of the refurbishment of an existing disused building of the same size in a semi-central urban area of each of the measured 30 university European cities. The project provides medium-quality spaces for room, study room, restaurant, gym, hall, laundry, terrace, and garden. The assumption made are the building to be renovated is both by the private investor involved in the intervention, considering a share of the public co-financing equal to the 50% of the acquisition cost. The entire refurbishment is concluded within 1 year, so the time effects are not considered, and the surfaces of the building are established. Our analysis showed an emblematic fact, a gap of 89% that forces students to resort to the private market. So often they are expensive, distant from university, and less equipped. So the growth in demand has been intercepted by private operators such as Student Hotel, Dove Vivo, Camplus, which have introduced hybrid models with advanced services such as gym, co-working, common areas, connectivity, etc. Our evaluation model is based on break-even analysis, so a well-established technique for economic planning. So the break-even point, so the rentable area, is given by the ratio between fixed cost and the difference between unit fee and unit variable cost. So the denominator represents the unit contribution margin, so the portion of the monthly fee that covers fixed costs. This allows us to estimate the minimum area to be rented to avoid operating losses. The data were collected on a monthly basis for each city, so we have fixed costs such as purchase price, renovation, technical, legal costs, the variable costs within which we have cleaning, utilities, maintenance, and the revenues within which we have such as average market rents adjusted to seasonality, so for example, the summer tourist rental. The approach is simple but effective. It allows us to compare local economic conditions in a standardized and robust way. We have selected 30 European university cities and collected for each the market value of real estate in a semi-central area, renovation cost, ancillary cost, management cost, and monthly rent. For example, in Zurich, we have the average unit cost of renovation that is very, very high, with an average maintenance cost of 275 per room per month. And in many other Italian cities, such as Rome, Milan, and Bologna, the average incidence of legal and technical expenses on fixed costs is among the highest in Europe. This difference is decisive for correctly estimating the break-even. So, analyzing the result, cities in Western and Northern Europe, like London, Zurich, and Amsterdam, need smaller surfaces to achieve the equilibrium, so thanks to high rents. The cities of the east and south, for example, Budapest, Krakow, or Marseille, require a larger area, so maybe because the rent does not easily cover the cost. Copenhagen is a special case. It has high costs and relatively low rents, so break-even requires a very high volume of rent. The results are represented with graphs where the size of the circles indicates the break-even surface. Cities on the left require less surface area, those on the right more. We then compared the optimal revenue needed to cover the cost with the actual estimated revenue, considering a constant area of 2,472 square meters. And the cities have been divided into three clusters. The first one, cluster number one, the yellow one, where we have Lisbon, Budapest, and Prague, for example. Actual revenues close to the optimal emerging market and stable. Then we have the cluster number two, where we have, for example, Amsterdam, Berlin, or Brussels. Here we have moderate differences. So we have mature and stable market, but potentially profitable markets at scale. Then we have the cluster number three, the blue one, where we can see London, Zurich, and Milan, for example. Here we have the high differences. So advanced strategies are needed to contain unit costs and maximize employment. This classification helps guide investment strategies depending on risk and return potential. In summary, the model is a useful and replicable tool for directing public and private investment in student housing. It makes it possible to identify the cities with better conditions of economic equilibrium and to plan intervention consistent with urban policies. However, the methodology has limitations: simplified assumption, cost linearity, exclusion of factors such as student preferences or economies of scale. It will be important in the future to integrate in the model other dynamic simulation or GIS technologies and any other kind of multi-criteria analysis and predictive tools. Our work is part of the objectives of the PRIN 2022 project INSPIRE, promoting resilient and sustainable assessment in urban contexts. I thank my co-authors and all of you for your attention. I hope that the model presented can represent a useful contribution to economic evaluation and strategic design in the university building sector. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Deborah, for also this interesting presentation. There are some issues, some questions, some curiosity. Yes, one.
Thank you for your interesting presentation. I was wondering just which type of database you use to produce this type of analysis. Are database open source or proprietary? I mean the data about the European cities, university on all the cities you mentioned above are proprietary or open source data?
Okay, now we retrieve the data both from market analysis by studying the case study of other student housing project within each of the 30 European cities considered, and we also integrate some lack of data, some missing data with open source data. So the use of open source database.
Okay.
So both.
Both. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are some other observation? No, it's okay. Really, thank you, Deborah. I think also that this topic is particularly relevant, especially because the condition of students needs to be observed considering a multidimensional perspective, and this analysis could be a good base for new perspective, especially new evolution, considering new strategic innovation policies related to student condition. So, many thanks for your observation and your presentation. And now there is someone of the team of Edda Donati and Dorothy Charlier. I don't see if they are connected. Perhaps no. So we go to the last presentation, that is Giuseppe Ciciriello, Benedetta Torre, Carlotta Grandis, Sabrina Sacco, and myself. Giuseppe.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, I will share the presentation. So, is everything okay with the presentation?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay.
So, social multi-criteria approach for an integrated strategies of city of Brindisi. Please.
Okay, so I will show a brief table of contents. There is a first theoretical introduction. Then I will present the methodology we used and the case study investigated. Then the results and discussion and concluding remarks. So this contribution explores the complexity of port cities, which are key contexts where the mutual relationship between coastal communities and economic activities is particularly evident. And today, this makes it essential for development policies in these areas to be guided by principle of sustainability. International Association of Port and Cities have developed sustainability agendas specifically tailored to port cities. And this agenda highlight priorities such as transition to renewable energies, but also promotion of soft mobility and accessibility, and creation of participatory governance. In this framework, the use of evaluation techniques plays a crucial role to support sustainable planning for port cities. Among the available methodology, social multi-criteria evaluation was selected and explored because it allows policy alternatives to be assessed not only on the basis of technical criteria, but also by incorporating multiple social perspectives. Socrates tool is developed by European Commission's Joint Research Center, implements social multi-criteria evaluation using 3 components. The impact matrix, which evaluates policy alternatives based on technical criteria, the equity matrix, which assesses alternatives according to preference expressed by stakeholders, and finally the sensitivity analysis, which tests the robustness of results. And this evaluation technique support the design of participatory planning processes sensitive to conflict and to complex contexts, such as the port cities. So exploring the theoretical framework surrounding this concept, On the one hand, we see that economic models are important, especially the one that inspire innovative port development policies, such as EU Blue Economy Strategy. And on the other hand, attention must also be given to governance mechanisms through which maritime resources are managed and through which port actors interact and negotiate. In this sense, social multi-criteria evaluation supports the implementation of truly sustainable planning for port cities. So the research question this contribution seeks to address is the following. How can social multi-criteria evaluation support the ex-ante formulation of port city planning scenarios, integrating different value systems and ensuring a shared transformation among different stakeholders? This image is important because it shows the port city of Brindisi, but also it's an artistic interpretation currently displayed in the Italian pavilion at the Venice Biennale. And the city of Brindisi is located in Puglia, in southern Italy, and through this project, which is Ecoculture Brindisine, the aim was to explore the multiple economies, ecologies, communities, and cultures that define this city. And they are all elements that could serve as regenerative drivers for the development of a port, currently undergoing a transition because it has had a harmful and polluted past for coal-based industry. And moreover, this case study could represent an example for other Mediterranean port cities that are facing similar challenges. The methodology adopted consists of three main phases. So first we have the knowledge phase, which is important for understanding local context. And this phase also informed the following one, the design phase, consisting in the design of three thematic scenarios. And finally, the evaluation phase allowed to refine and integrate in recurring phases the elaboration of scenarios. And we used the Socrates tool for this phase in an innovative way, different from the standard protocol, consisting in three phases: a multi-criteria analysis, then a first equity analysis, and then a second equity analysis instead of just one equity analysis. In the knowledge phase, both were consulted both formal and institutional sources. And also we had a stakeholder engagement process carried out with different methodologies such as online surveys and unstructured interviews. And this was useful to reconstruct perception of value and these values related to specific features of the port, but also to have evaluation of our project objectives. And also this led to the elaboration of scenario. This first scenario is the competitive port, which is focused on transition and has, for example, a nearshore wind farm and the installation of photovoltaic panels in the industrial area and the onshore power supply for the ships. The second scenario is the Gate Port to the East, which focuses on infrastructural and transport capacity, particularly in relation to passenger reception and mobility, and emphasize the role of hospitality and tourism as an economic driver. The third scenario is green and blue infrastructure, which ensure the accessibility to the waterfront, public accessibility, but also the protection and restoration of the ecosystems. And so this evaluation phase complements the design phase, allowing for refinement of strategic development through cross-analysis. And this led to the creation of three more complex scenarios, which are this one in the middle, the innovative multimodal port, clean energy and fishing port, green and tourist port. These integrated scenarios were then assessed using Socrates. And so 2 separate equity assessments were conducted, and this approach enabled a deeper and more nuanced understanding of the trade-offs involved. So the multi-critic analysis has compared the evaluation criteria with the alternative scenarios. The first equity analysis instead compares social groups with alternative scenarios as a whole. Instead, the second reiterates the process, but allowing stakeholders to express individually in relation to the objective and not into the group of scenarios. And so this approach provides a more detailed understanding. The stakeholders involved were positioned within a power interest matrix. A corresponding weight was assigned to each group. So we have 3 clusters: the high influence cluster with 26%, 23%, the medium influence cluster with 12%, and the low influence with 6%. So turning to the evaluation results, the multi-criteria assigning equal weight to the 3 dimensions, which is energy production, tourism, hospitality, and ecological landscape, highlighted that green and tourist sport emerge as a top performing option from a technical standpoint. It's a robust result also, and moreover, the equity analysis, the first round, highlights divergent preferences among social groups. Green and tourist sport is preferred by citizens, activists, fishermen, visitors. Instead, innovative and multimodal port is the scenario favored by administrators and port workers. And so in this divided decisional problem, clean energy and fishing port emerge as a compromise solution. Also, this is a robust result. And so there is a discrepancy between technical optimal solution and socially preferred one. To address this gap, a second equity analysis was conducted that reveals 2 clusters: a civic one that prioritizes tourism and environment, the second one, port cluster, emphasizes economic development. Fishermen are influent in the decision problem, and the 2 coalitions converge in the prioritization of objective 1.1, which is enhancing of renewable energy. And so the final proposed solution is green and tourist sport scenario integrated with the renewable energy objective, because it is broadly supported by stakeholder groups. So this is a final scenario. We can see it's bringing tourism, nature, and clean energy, and it presents the multidimensional objectives altogether with the selection provided by evaluation phase. And so the tendency emerging from stakeholder coalition to frame tourism and environment objectives in opposition to energy policies reflect a path dependency shaped by Brindisi industrial past and the history of pollution, because the city seeks for a renewal and transformation. Tourism represents a potential alternative driver for economic development, but it must be guided by sustainability goals in order to support long-term transformative strategies. Renewable energy are broadly recognized as a positive and shared resource, and these achieve international agendas. Social multi-criteria evaluation proves especially well-suited to complex contexts, such as port cities, because it combines technical performance and social preference, and also expert and non-expert knowledge. And this makes it possible to ground policies, strategies to consensus. Finally, in conclusion, social multi-criteria evaluation proves to be suitable technique for developing planning strategies in port cities, because it integrates economic, social, cultural, and environmental values, and it promotes participatory governance from a bottom-up perspective. Socrates enables the development of place-based and community value-driven policy. Future development of this work will focus on applying this method in real decision-making contexts, in Brindisi or in other case studies, and improving the collection of preference data and stakeholder engagement, because the level of simulation should be reduced, increasing the alignment with the real-world planning processes. And I thank you for the attention, and I finished.
Really, thank you, Giuseppe. There are some questions, some issues that could be discussed with yes, Marta. Yeah. Giuseppe.
Hi Giuseppe, I'm Marta Del Lovo. Thank you very much for the presentation, and also I like experimenting sometimes the social multiplicative evaluation. I've been inviting Maria and Giuliano several times together with Alessandro Oppio for having their contribution for this topic. And this is something that I asked also to Giuliano last year, and I'm going to ask to you because it's, I think, a critical part. I would like to ask you for what concerns the technical performances, the technical analysis. How did you define the preference and the indifference point within the quantitative criteria? So if you have done according to the performance present in the matrix, according to, I don't know, some other contribution of experts. So if you can clarify this part. Thank you.
Yeah, of course it is, especially for the technical point of view, is a simulation evaluation. We had 3 dimensions for evaluation, which were assigned as equal weight. I've not entered in the detail of the software techniques, like for the attribution of the preference point, as you were asking. But I can say that also global sensitivity analysis shown that it was a robust result with more than 90% frequency. And so according to the evaluation criteria that we selected that shape our project, the alternative, which was green and tourist sport, was the one that was given the more score and the best ranking. But yes, I think the implementation also the model should deal with these technical details. Yeah.
Sorry if I can intervene. Thank you, Giuseppe, for your presentation. I try to answer to Marta, probably, because if you use the model with without setting the variables and threshold in different preference thresholds, the models adapt the data, adapt itself according to the data. So the standard basic threshold that set the models could be a good way to produce a simulated scenario, as in this case, I presume. I don't know if it's correct, because I'm not directly involved in this project, but I think that this was the main idea at the basis of this type of analysis. I don't know if Giuseppe.
Yeah, thank you.
This works.
Thank you for the question, Marta, and Giuliano, thank you for the answer, because it was much more detailed than mine, and I think it helped to solve the problem.
It's because actually also when I ask students to use the software, it is the first question. So how do we set the preference and the indifference point? It is based according to our preferences. Can we follow maybe some regulation in case it's a technical criterion? Yeah. According to the expert, yeah. Otherwise,
it's a focal point of Socrates.
Yes, but in this specific occasion, it's important to remember that this is a second level master thesis, and in this case, we have a team of experts that are also the professor of the team that have an experience in the different competencies and field that we are involved with. So the discussion, but also the opportunity to share with them the different specific criteria, considering their needs, was a way to define the threshold. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Giuseppe. I am happy that there is also Edda Donati.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Edda, you are with us, sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm so sorry, but I had very terrible problems with Wi-Fi. It was impossible to connect. So sorry for the delay.
You are in time, so it's possible
Okay.
to
Thank you.
close our session with your contribution that is on sustainable real estate in France, impact of one-stop shop and Turkey contract.
Yes.
Models on energy efficiency. Thank you, Edda. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, and sorry again for the delay. And this kind of contribution came from a period of research that I had in France with Professor Dorothée Charlier, and from the University Savoie Mont Blanc. And it's like a mix between my PhD thesis, which is focused more on the business model and on the energy efficiency of buildings. A little bit of background about the literature review. We all know the real estate sector is one of the major contributions to the environmental emission. And this is the reason why in Europe, and also there were many directives starting from the 2000s in order to reduce this emission. And also it's also well known that in Europe, the outdated real estate assets account about 48% of the total emission. And because of these directives, many European countries try to renovate their own building assets. And also at the same time, they try to develop some sustainable business model, focus on improving buildings efficiency on construction and new efficiency one in order to reduce, as we said before, this kind of emission. And the one-stop shop model and the turnkey contract business model are two of these sustainable business model that were developed for this reason. And I just want to focus a little bit about the distinction between these two models. As you can see here in table 1, there is a different kind of scope, because the one-stop shop is about the renovation of existing buildings, while the turnkey contract is almost used for the construction of new ones. Also, the business model structure is quite different, because we have many actors involved in one-stop shop that are almost explained by the service that energy service company do in the business model, and how it is the main channel with the clients in order to promote efficiency renovation and efficiency renovation works, and how it's responsible also for the choice of the contractors, and also the choice of the professional figures who can help the client who wants to renovate its own home. While in the turnkey contract, we have a different kind of business model structure, because there is a larger construction company who wants to build a building from scratch, and how the client is not the main actor in this in this model, but how you can give some advice about the design and the construction, but only, the advice. And also the selection of the contractors are through a public tender process. And at the end, the contractor who is better and who has a better option, and also a cheaper one sometimes, is selected as the main actor for the building for the construction of the building. Also about the project, as we said before, is totally different, because, in the one-stop shop is mainly on renovation, when the turnkey contract is the construction of one, and also the cost, because the ESCO guarantees the agreed budget and the deadlines, and then is refunded by the client, while the turnkey contract, the contract defines fixed cost and delivery date, and if you go out from the deadline, you have to pay in order to not having respect the contract. After that, which is the research question, because I wrote a little bit about these two models, as you can see here, and also 5 out of 20 cases studies belonging to the dataset that have already been used. But when I was in France and when I was studying with this amazing professor, if I can add an adjective, we started thinking that there wasn't any kind of study about the existence or not about a direct relationship between the business model adopted and the type of energy efficiency works performed. And this is the main question, and this research aims to fill this gap by analyzing small case studies, like 20 case studies. I know this is not so much, but this is like, the beginning, involving both renovation of existing buildings and the construction of new ones in France. We choose France also because France is one of the greatest countries who actively promote energy efficiency policies, and he's still done rather, for example, than Italy. And the goal is to define, using 2 different kind of analysis, that is like hierarchical cluster analysis and Kramer v-test. I'm going to explain you why we choose this kind of methods. If the adapted business model significantly influence the selection and implementation of energy efficiency measure, as we said before, in France. We said 2 different kind of analysis. The hierarchical cluster analysis, we choose this one because it is widely used on supervised learning technique. Also, this doesn't require any specific number of clusters in advance, and it provides a hierarchical representation through a dendrogram, which helps interpret also the relationship of the data, also because of its flexible cluster structure, and also the quality of clustering, and rather than other kind of cluster analysis that we tried before, like key-means or key-modes analysis. Here you can use also the silhouette score, which measure how well each observation fits within an assigned cluster. And this is the reason why we choose this. Like, we can control it, we can check if everything is fine, and also if the number of cluster is representative also of the data set that we are analyzing. And also, we said that there are 2 kind of hierarchical cluster analysis. We decided to use the divisive approach. So we start from a single cluster and then split into subcluster as much as it's necessary for describing the data set. And also, there are 2 concepts which are quite important in this kind of analysis is the linkage criterion and also the distance. The linkage criterion in this study, we decided to use the single linkage, while the distance we decided to use, you can see here the formula, and while in the distance we use the Jacquard distance, which is a dissimilarity metric that quantifies the difference between 2 data sets. And as you all know, the Jacquard distance is the complement of the Jacquard similarity. And you can see here in formula 3 the correct formula and how we use it. And after that, there wasn't enough, because this method can give us the idea about how many clusters can be found and can be described the data set, but we are not able to answer to the main question. Okay, there is any correlation, there is any dependency, can we say like this, between the business model and the energy efficiency measure promoted, or other variables that we're gonna see later. So we decided to use also the Kramer's v-test. That is a statistical measure that assesses the strength of the relationship. And this is, you can see here the formula. And this is the core of the research. Because after that, we define a cluster, and after that we can, okay, we have the cluster, we have the variables, but let me see if there is any kind of relationship between the business model and other variables who represents the case studies. After that, we're going to speak a little bit about data. As I said before, 5 of 20 case studies have already been adopted in other kind of research. But the collaborative platform used this platform, Construction 21, which is aimed at all professionals in the construction sectors. And also we decided to analyze these 20 case studies, and for each case studies there were some information about the case studies in its general, like information like identification codes, name, business model adapted. And here there is a difference, as we said before, between one-stop shop and turnkey contract, type of intervention, and then also here there is a like or renovation or construction from scratch, construction year, and investment cost. And here you can see all the case studies, like they are divided into main colors. The orange is all the case studies that adopted the one-stop shop business model for the renovation, while the yellow are all the case studies that adopted the turnkey contract business model. And after that, you can see here in table 1, like an identification and coding of the case studies, where we can have our first sides of the main elements that can describe them a little bit, like, as we said before, name, business model, intervention, which kind of intervention is, construction year, and also investment cost. After that, we can go a little bit deeper inside these case studies, and we can focus more about the net floor area, the construction year, and also the building typology. And as you can see here, we divide it in 3 main like values, that like we have office, condominium, and or single and detached house. And here we have other kind of information that are more related about the energy parts of the building, like the energy efficiency before and after the renovation. And if we consider a building from scratch, also we have for sure only the energy certificate after. Also the heating system, and here we did a very strong differences between the kind of heating system adopted in the building. And we have like central heating, heat pump, gas heating, electric heating, or other. The same time for the ventilation, we did the difference between mechanical and natural ventilation, also from active and passive cooling. And the installation of photovoltaics is like binary variables, and where one means yes. After that, you can see the first results. The dendrogram on your left side, you can see the hierarchical cluster analysis, and also on the right part, we can see the number of clusters, and we said that 2 is the best number of clusters, which represents better the data set. And here you can see also the description of the 2 clusters. And here, for example, for the building typology, the energy certification after, and the ventilation and cooling are the same, because the building typology, both the first and the second cluster are like condominium. The energy certification after is equal to B. The ventilation is like mechanical ventilation, while for both the cluster, the cooling is not an energy efficiency measure adopted. But we have here a very clear distinction between the 2 clusters, as we said before, especially for these 4 values. But this is not the core of the research. There is not the real answer that we want to have. Like, we want to know if the business model is in some ways related to some variables, and especially to photovoltaics panel. And here we have, with the Kramers V test, we have the answer, because as we can see here, the business model is quite strongly related to the climate zone. And the climate zone is like a Mediterranean or continental climate zone. Also, there is a quite strong relationship between the business model adopted and the photovoltaics panel, the business model and the adoption of incentives, and also the climate zone and the photovoltaics. Here we can go on about the discussion. So we can say that the hierarchical cluster analysis identified 2 distinct groups of buildings, cluster 1 and cluster 2. Cluster 1, it includes buildings in continental climate, which use the one-stop shop model in order to renovate their own buildings, and also that these projects tend to rely on government incentives. And if you go and see the literature review about the one-stop shop, it's like very clear. If you want to renovate something, and also especially this kind of business model is necessary, is strongly connected to the government incentives. And also we find out that this kind of renovation is almost focused on thermal insulation and energy efficiency upgrades of existing buildings, while Cluster 2 covers buildings in oceanic climates or Mediterranean climates and are constructed from scratch using the turnkey contract business model, and they are more likely to adopt advanced technology such as photovoltaic system even without government incentives. And also Kramer's V-test gives us two other information about that. There is a strong correlation between the business model and climate zone, suggested that climate conditions significantly influence the choice of business model, like buildings who are built in the climate zone tend to use and to install more photovoltaic panels than in continental zone. And also, and this is the reason why, because most of time they are built from scratch, they spend a lot of money, they don't need the government incentives, and for this reason they decided to install also the PV panels. And also because the sun is more stronger there, so there are more good condition in order to install it. While in the continental zone, they tend to install other, like they try to modify the heating system. They didn't want to install the PV photovoltaics for this reason. And also another significant relationship is between, as we said before, the climate zone and the installation and the business model and the PV systems. And here you can find in table 6 a little bit like a summary about what we find out and why it's correct in our opinion, because also some key characteristics in France about the continental is that they had cold winters and many buildings are built from 1970 until 1985. This is the reason why they tend to adopt the one-stop shop business model, as we said before, because they wanted to renovate the existing buildings, and the main technological focus is going to be in the insulation, in heating, ventilation system, and also the drivers that are like focus on this kind of action is like need to upgrade existing buildings, and also the government incentives, as we said before, they are a very, very, very important driver for this kind of business model and its adoption. By the oceanic and Mediterranean point of view, we have a mild temperature, more land available, and fewer heritage constraints. That is quite important, especially in France. And this is the reason why they decided to use the turnkey contract, but also the turnkey contract is strongly related to the new construction and also the installation of heat pumps and photovoltaic panels. And the main driver here are the favorable condition for new buildings and also the higher solar radiation. Conclusion and future developments. We can say many, many, many future developments. And you know, as we said before, this is the first step of a bigger, research that we are trying to bring on and to try to develop. And this study, however, examines 20 French building projects across continental, oceanic, and also Mediterranean, that we decided to put everything inside the oceanic climate zone. And we identified 2 different clusters. We said it again. The first cluster is about continental climate, which is focused about the renovation of building, of existing buildings, and they use the one-stop shop, which is supported by public incentives, and they focus on improving energy efficiency, especially insulation, and the installation of a ventilation or heating system, and no advanced technology are included. The opposite thing is like in the buildings in the oceanic climes, they use the Turkey contract, they apply, of course, PV panels, etc., in new construction, because, as we said, the more land variables, less restriction about the construction, etc., and also the installation of heat pumps. And the findings, as we said, confirm a strong correlation between local climate, business model, and technological choice, suggesting also about the need for climate-sensitive energy policy tailored to regional contexts. The study highlights how climate conditions significantly shape, the energy efficiency strategies. And there are two different aspects that can be developed in the future, in our point of view. That is the policy implication and the future research priorities. The policy implication, that we think that also the energy program should be more like shape on the regional climates and building typologies, because, as we said before, the climate zone prioritizes renovation using one-stop business model, and they can have some policy implication completely different from oceanic zone. They promote new construction under Turkey contract business model, and also they want to integrate photovoltaic system and heat pumps. And future research should replicate the study in other countries, climates, to validate the patterns and maybe take several number of buildings, so make the data set bigger and maybe also with more information, because we adopt a mix. Also, maybe we could be an interesting topic also to adopt a mixed methods, so combine quantitative data, that is like cost, timeline, etc., with qualitative insights, like interview, survey. We already do this in a different kind of work, but we are really interested to do this also in this kind of work, because most of time also psychological affects, beliefs, education, and also the friends, and the newspaper, and where you take information about the energy efficiency of things can strongly, modify your vision and also your decision about adopting one measure rather than another. And also the last thing about the future research is like explore adapted business model aligned also with climate viability. Thank you.
Thank you, Edda, for your interesting presentation, very rich of many different suggestions. There are some issues, some questions from the floor. Someone? Eugenio? Yes, come here.
Hi, Edda, I'm Eugenio. Congratulations for your presentation. I wanted to ask, more like a curiosity. This methodology, this case, this application case is very specific. I would say very vertical, because it's about, let's say, business models for energy efficiency. I would like to have your reflection on how this methodology could be somehow generalized. So to which other applications? Which kind of application it could be?
Which kind of application? Sorry.
Okay. What's the part that you missed?
I was like, which kind of application?
No, I mean, if you think that this methodology is somehow generalizable, so to which other, let's say, fields of application you think it could fit?
Thank you, Jenny.
It's not, it's not just to, if you have an idea on how it could be used, for example, in the real estate sector. Even if there are, up to you.
Thank you, Jenny, for your question. And I think also my PhD thesis is about more general points of view, because I analyzed this kind of business model even in other countries, not only in France. But I strongly believe that also the psychological part could be really, really interesting to focus on, especially when I was in France. You know, this kind Dorothée Charlier, which is my like tutor there, is almost focused about the real estate, but how real estate is strongly connected also to the adoption of psychological points of view of your education, your status, etc. So I think that it's not only about the energetic points of view, but maybe we can also try to find out if there are some common process about also the people who wants to renovate, in order to find out that if there is like um, a pattern that can be reused in each country. So this, in my opinion, this could be really quite interesting. And also, for example, this kind of work is developed in a parallel with another work, which is more focused on the PV and their adoption, and why they chose to adopt, for example, the installation of PV in France more than in Italy. I think that like a comparison could be a good way to make this work improving, and also at the same time comparable to other countries.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if I answered to your question.
Yeah, you did.
Okay, thank you.
Some other reflections? No, is okay. I think that your approach could be interesting in any case, that we have not only to consider the opportunity of a ranking, but above all the opportunity to understand if there is a synergy between different action solution or criteria, and could be particularly interesting in this situation when the construction of choices is more concentrated on the opportunity of identify some criteria that could be synergistic among them, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I totally agree. Thank you.
Thank you to you for your presentation. It's great that you participated to our session.
Thank you, and sorry again for the delay. I'm so sorry, really.
It's a great pleasure.
Okay.
We have about 10 minutes of delay, but I think that we can satisfied of the result. So thank you so much to all the participants in presence and online. And I hope there will be some other occasion to meet all together in another session, another opportunity. Thank you so much to all.
Okay, thank you.
I think that we can close it. Okay. Sorry, I closed the session. Bye.
Online, ma comunque va bene.
Sì.
we change place.
Hello, are you able to hear me? I don't know. Enrico is online, but I don't know. We don't have these ladies, Jota Teodora or Elenis Pano Gianni. I don't know. Anyway, maybe we can start with your presentation.
Yeah.
How is exact pronunciation? Tazin. I'm a caregiver evaluating geometric and structure fractal analysis methods to determine the optimal approach to urban road network assessment. So you can try share your presentation.
Okay, I just hope the audio is working online.
Okay.
Because it was pretty fine in the previous session. So, okay, so I will be presenting a comparison of two different approaches of the same methodology that we have used to evaluate the urban road network in Sardinia. As a case study, I will be talking about Cagliari. So this is the roadmap of my presentation. First, I would like to introduce what this concept is about, which is not very common in urban planning, and then try to talk about the tools that I have used and what are the two major approaches, and finally the case study of Cagliari and the final conclusions. So let's quickly begin with the introduction. So here we are trying to see how integrated or how complex the road network system is, especially in the urban areas of Sardinia. This study is majorly focused on the urban road networks, and we are trying to use fractal analysis technique to understand whether the metropolitan city of Cagliari is highly complex and chaotic, or it is very dispersed and scattered. And through this mathematical framework, so the original technique, which is this fractal analysis, is actually a mathematical model or a mathematical framework which is now being introduced in urban planning. So we have applied it to road network system. So why Sardinia? Well, is fractal analysis suited for an island case study? Well, yes, because there are certain criteria that must be fulfilled according to previous literature where fractal analysis can be applied. First, it should be a very diverse, characterized landscape and topography. As we know, Sardinia as an island is very diverse, and it's very spatially, contrasting in nature. So yes, Sardinia could be a good case study for this kind of analysis. It also has a very contrasting urban growth pattern, which again is important because it leads to a very different kind of growth in the network of road structures. And the strategic geographical location of it being located right at the center of the Mediterranean Sea, where it is climatically and also geographically very important. So this is the main core concept of fractal analysis, where fractals are calculated by simulation. So what are fractals? Fractals are just elements that we are trying to examine, and we try to see whether these elements have a self-similarity in structure or not. So the simulations actually calculate the mathematical quantitative valuations of these structures, and it tries to assess when we are at a bigger scale and when we zoom into a smaller scale, whether these structures are repeating themselves or they are very different from each other. If they are very different, that means they are not fractals. If they are self-similar at every scale to some extent, then they are considered suitable for a fractal analysis. So these are the two core concepts of fractals. One is multifractal and the other is monofractal. Multifractal is mainly for heterogeneous kind of study. And monofractal is mostly for a uniform scaling behavior kind of study, because Cagliari is not something like Milan, which is, exponentially growing at a very rapid scale. So we considered monofractal for this specific case study. So let us try to see these two examples to understand mono and multifractal. The top one is an example from Rome. The second one is Phoenix. The first one has a multifractal characteristic, which after simulation of different timelines expresses this kind of graph. And if you look at a monofractal for Phoenix, that's the bottom diagram, it has a huge variation, which means that in the first diagram, we see a historic or an organic kind of a city, which changed over time in case of its, kind of buildings that developed. But in case of Phoenix, it's a very newer development and almost the entire skyline looks the same. So the method that we have tried to use for these two different kind of analysis, one is the geometric fractal analysis, which is a traditional way of doing it. The other is a structured fractal analysis, which is more of a coding based fractal analysis. So we are trying to compare these two types of the same case study and see how these two approaches are giving us different results, which are more suited for this kind of study. So for the traditional fractal analysis, we have used Fractalopolis, but you can also use QGIS, although the plugin is not very popular due to inaccuracy of results. But I'm just trying to name something more popular among everyone. And for the structured fractal analysis, I have used R programming. You can also use Python. So this is the overall flow of the methodology that we had used. So first, data collection and data curation. Since these are two different kind of analysis for the same approach, one requires shape files, the other requires geopackage files. So when we are doing the traditional geometric fractal analysis, we use the geopackage files. But for the R coding part, we have used the shape files. So once we analyze both these types of approaches, we are using the box counting method. I will come to that later, but I'm just trying to explain the process. And using the box counting method, both the approaches give us a similar kind of result, but with a little twist. But that twist is major because it tells us how, when we are living in today's time, traditional methodologies may not be suitable for all kind of analysis. We have to switch to something more advanced like coding. So this is Cagliari, which is located at the southern part of Sardinia, and it is the only metropolitan in the region. These are the different indices that were calculated or simulated by the software and different codes. The image that you see on the right-hand side that represents the different box counting iterations done by the software. This is just a sample. It's not Cagliari. It's from my previous work. So what happens is that the software tries to draw iteration of boxes of different scales. It depends on us what is the number of boxes that we are going to feed in the system, and then it starts making different size boxes and check the self-similarity characteristics of that particular image or shapefile that we are trying to analyze. Currently, this is being used for building footprint analysis and road network analysis. This study is about the road network. So different values will be coming out of the analysis, and this is how we can generalize the findings. If it is more close to 1, it means that it has more like a grid layout, or it is very, very less in complexity. If it is between 1 and 2, it means it has a good or significant amount of self-similarity and it has a positive fractal behavior. If it is close to 2, that means that the urban area is highly interconnected, very dense, modern development, but it could also denote a very alarming situation, and something which we can see in a lot of developing countries, not specifically in the European countries because it's very structured and organized, but in more developing nations like India, or if you are looking at the case of Pakistan and these kind of areas. So this is the first part where we use the traditional method using fractal and we tried to get the results. So from here, the fractal dimension value, which is the representation of the fractal value, came out to be something around 1.2. Since Cagliari is a coastal city, the previous research has set a benchmark. If it is a coastal city, it should be at least 1.2, and the maximum it can go to is like around 1.5, which is considered good. 1.8 is considered like an alarming situation for any coastal city. So from this method, we see it is like around 1.19, which is not very convincing for a metropolitan city like Cagliari, because it's the minimum threshold. So we tried to do it using a structured fractal analysis, which is the second one, and we found out that it's almost close to 1.4, which makes more sense. It has a more vibrant scaling behavior, which is this S curve. If we look at the previous one, the S is actually breaking at a specific point, which again is not making sense. So when we did this through coding, it actually showed a vibrant S curve and a more logical fractal dimension value. So this is what the interface looks like for the R programming. This is the box counting iteration for different sizes of boxes for Cagliari. And from the results, this is, I know, something very technical, but I'll just say it out. So the R square values, which actually tell us whether the model is fit or not, was 0.9, that the model is highly fit. The P values are supposed to this actually showed that a very high degree of consistency was maintained in terms of fitness of the specific model as compared to the traditional practiced methodology. Finally, a few final words from this specific comparison. If we look at the structured fractal analysis, it is a more a more dynamic kind of an approach, which can do high-end data analysis, and it can be more analytical in nature. It is not for simple, it is for the complex ones, unlike the geometric fractal analysis, which is only for simple analysis. Then if we look at the complicated network behavior, future research could be guided by this kind of practice, because this method cannot be used single-handedly alone. It is like a support system for other kind of analysis. For example, if we are doing space syntax analysis, or if we are doing graph theory analysis, this kind of analysis can be combined with it, and it can support the final decision making. And future studies could also integrate this fractal analysis with more complicated agent-based modelings, which is again the new trending models which have come up in these kind of studies, and it could be more realistic. These are some of the work which is related to the same topic that we have done in the past couple of months. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Do we have some questions?
I try because I'm not an expert on fractal analysis, but how do you manage the errors of the model?
The error, okay.
Because
So
you talk about significance, that is very good, seems.
yes.
But, okay, the error part, do you analyze some parts of the errors to understand if the model is totally effective?
Which exact parameter are you talking about when you're saying errors in the model? Like when we are running the model and we are getting, let's say I get an R square, for example, there's a threshold of 0.997. If my R square is less than that, that means something is wrong with the data.
Okay, there is just one threshold in the fractal analysis.
Yes, and the p-value, again,
It's just that.
yes, it's just two of these. Other than that, when we are starting the analysis, we need to make sure that whether it is a geo package or a shapefile, the data curation has to be very thorough. You have to check the data that you're going to use for analysis. Otherwise, the values will be wrong, but the model will show fit.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you say the geo package of data, what kind of data it's all include? I just wonder because, for example, yes, but in Slovakia, for example, when we want some data for the cities,
Yes.
they are just like, okay, maybe this geographical, but if you want to mix it with something, there are no data almost.
Yes, yes. Okay, so if you have a shapefile, there is an option in GIS where you can export it as a geo package. Or you can also
all these data just.
Yes. So if you have even one type of data set, you can take it to GIS and you can convert it into the other form of data to use it for the analysis.
Do we have some more questions? No?
Okay.
It's great work.
Thank you very much.
So I have the second presentation, but I just asked, do we have some other presenters? No. Because one is online and one should be in presence, but
it could be that Enrico Collini, Marco Pampani could be online. I don't know.
We asked, but nobody responded. That's why I asked.
But otherwise, I'll call.
Elena is already online. That's perfect.
Yeah,
it's online.
Elena, she's the last one, and sirs, maybe they will come.
Okay. I know another co-author that is inside, maybe another part of. So if
it's not a problem.
I will bring him and I will push here.
It's okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. So I am more oriented on public administration and governance, and so that's why I choose also maybe this topic from a little bit different view. And the title of my presentation is Open Local Governments, and I will show you some view of the situation in district cities. So I prepared the paper based on the research result that I do with my colleagues. That's why they are on the paper. And it is especially focused on Slovakia because it was funded by the Slovak National Agency, granting agency. So it was like a national project. So the aim of the paper was to evaluate the implementation of the open governance approach in district cities in Slovakia. We've especially focused how the principles of open governance are implemented in Slovakia in this kind of cities, and it will identify the main barriers why it is not in reality implemented. We choose, as I said, the Slovak district cities, and that's why, because it is the last level of cities for which we have some kind of statistics. More broader statistics, usually they are connected with the statistics of whole district, but the district city is the like a main settlement in the district, so we can associate the data with them. And like the main question of the research was how are the principles of open government in Slovak district cities implemented? I think all of you maybe know that open government is a not new topic. It's developed in the literature almost a few maybe centuries, or when you check the literature, it is even in the Roman and Greek Empire even. But like from the attention is paid also by OECD, by World Bank, maybe at the beginning of 90s more. And something like a new period begins with the development of IT and its implementation in the policy, because it's opened the possibilities how to engage the citizens and also how to publish the information, data, how to collect them, how to work with them. And probably we all know this concept like smart governance, because we use the digital tools to involve the different stakeholders to make the public policy, to decide and to develop the decision, to develop the cities, to develop the regions. And these IT tools gives another level of public administration also in the cities. And that's why we can say that it makes also the governance of the city more open. So even it is the long time studied area, now it has something like a new forms. And also it should be the cities, also the regions, also the nations should be prepared for this new kind of openness. So it is something like a transformative shift in urban city development. Like a basic step in our research, we defined what is open governance and how it shifts from the previous approaches to current one. And we defined the main principles of open governance, which includes transparency, participation, accessibility. Then you can find some additional international association, international organization, which added another new principles like integrity, accountability. And some authors also try to define something like a main PLRs or main elements of open governance. And it is already based on this new technological approach, and it's include open data, open services, and open processes. All of them, they are interconnected by public engagement, by integration of technologies in decision making with deliberation. So it means that the responsibilities are delivered or divided between the government, between the stakeholders. And also some kind of output is co-creation of public policy, public services, and so on. And we tried to research how these principles are already implemented in Slovak cities. So basic on the first level, we defined these basic principles, theoretical framework of open governance, and then we did the research. I will present just the part of the research because it has something like 2 parts, primary and secondary research. And I choose the primary research because it was done last year and we now have the results. So I was able to prepare and work with them. So we did the questionnaire survey. We use usually emails, but also we use some personal contacts. So we did also something like interviews with the representatives of cities. And you can see here that all district cities in Slovakia, we are quite a small country, but we have quite many cities. Generally, we have 141 cities, and to district cities belong 70 million. And in our research sample, there was 58 cities. And we choose also the bigger cities in Slovakia, because in Slovakia almost all the cities are small or even micro cities, because they are with the size still 100,000 people. We have just one big city, Bratislava and Košice. So all of them are almost small cities. And there is also some special law that also some even smaller cities, like 5,000 people, can be a cities because they are the centers of tourism. But we selected them because I think it's very difficult to say that they are cities, but they have some special position in some policies. That's why they have the status of city. So in the research, we had the finally 58 cities. And we ask like a main contact. We use the representative like mayor or deputy of the mayor, but there was also possibility if they don't feel like the best option to answer, they could move the survey to some other delegated person who is more involved in the topic. But generally it was the mayor, deputy mayor, or the head of the municipal authority. In some cases, it happened that also some other employee, it can be some people from technical department they answer, or some the project manager. It happened usually. And you can see that almost more than 97% of respondents that were university educated. The highest share of respondents were from were with age 40 and 48, 9, and then 59 and just 12% were younger, so it's under 40. We try to use also some technique of hypotheses by his professor. Not the best option because probably this sounds question we ask if they have generally what is open governance and how they see it, and we can say that 81% of respondents they know already this term, but you will see by other answers that even maybe they have some idea what is it in practice. Usually they don't know what is it. Then we ask, we define based on the literature the principles and how they are implemented or how they can be implemented in the cities, and they should evaluate them by importance. It is something like it should be in the city, and the quality of implementation, how it is already implemented in the city. If there was the scale from 1 to 5, 1 in the in case of importance, 1 was the most important and 5 the least, and quality of implementation 1 was like very well implemented and the 5 was very bad implemented. And here is some tests that we try to calculate if there are some influence on the results. If there is a size of the city, I don't know, maybe from 5,000 to 10 or 10 to 20. And also if there is some relations between the evaluation of principles and function of, it means like a position of the respondents, but we didn't find some specific differences. There was no correlation. And here is the result. Just to explain, here is the importance. So it is like ideal situation, it is the reality, and it is the average of evaluation of the scale from 1 to 5. So you can see how they see from by the importance. The representative thinks that the most important is participation in different kinds of forms. We formulated based on our Slovak law, how it is, what is like obligatory, what is facultative, and what is for me very surprising that they think that it is not very important to have some ethical rules, how to use the data, for example, and how to share the responsibilities and so on. What is the main idea of integrity and ethics? And also, they don't think that it's very important to have good monitoring and evaluation. So you can see how it is strange how they see the open governance. And here is how it is already implemented. And you can see that usually it is also here declared that they implement the best what is needed by the law. Mm-hmm. They do anything more how they can improve the services for they can support the cooperation, for example, or if they want to publish something more like is or already written in law. That was also funny that they have some kind of ethics, but I have to say that no Slovak office have some rules. Slovak city office have some rules how to work with data. If they have some manual for artificial intelligence use or something, they don't have. So I am not sure. And we did research in the secondary research, but I don't have already the results, how it is the reality. And what is also important, if you see the participation and partnership, also by these forms, you can see that they are not like oriented on the participation tools, which use really the IT tools, or they are more interactive, but they still use like official information. But by the level of participation, you know that the information is just the first level, and there is not some great movement to higher levels. And even the new forms like hackathons or some electronic form discussions, they don't even implement it. So the reality is very bad, I can say, and there is quite broad space to improve the situation. And what is also interesting, and I think it confirms totally that they don't understand the concept of open governance or even smart governance, is they say that the most important or the biggest obstacle is administration and this bureaucracy. But they don't realize if they electronize some processes, it can eliminate this obstacle. So I think it's very closely connected with the bureaucratic theories that they say that the administration is against the changes, and that they do changes very slowly and in a very difficult, with big difficulties usually. So and what also confirm our previous research is that you can make the changes or some structural reform only with good management. And this management has to be educated, they have to be leaders. And you can say that also by these other obstacles, usually the employees also, they feel that they are not enough educated, especially in these new trends like IT skills and so on. Then usually what we researched also a few years ago was that almost all the cities, they don't have some special technical IT department. They have maybe just one person who is responsible for it. It is also a big obstacle, I think. That's why also this smart approach is not so well developed in Slovakia. But I have to say we have some pioneers or some first examples which shows that it's possible to implement also in Slovakia. So to respond to the main research questions, we can say that the principles of open government in Slovakia are not implemented very well. Generally, usually only these principles are implemented, which are somehow guaranteed by law, like publication of the information or some form of participation which are given by law also, and only some first pioneer cities, they are trying to implement some new information tools which support the implementation of principles of open governance. For example, in my city, we already have, for example, for participative budgeting, the city decide like platform, which is also used in Helsinki, in Madrid. But it is the first city in Slovakia which has it. So we have still quite a very wide space to improve the situation. And what is also important is that we have quite low knowledge, so also some awarenessing activities should be implemented in Slovakia to build awareness not only about among the managers of the cities, but also among the employees, especially in developing their skills, for example, IT skills or some digital tools for supporting, for example, public participations. And what is also very important, I think, is this ethical integration and ethical rules. But if we don't have these rules, I think at the national level, it's quite difficult to implement on the regional or local level. So I think the first step should be some rules at the national level that can be implemented on the lower levels. So we have quite a lot of challenges, I think, if you want to move forward, but we have still some nice examples from abroad. Like Warsaw, Vienna, Prague. I don't know if you know already, but for example, in Warsaw, they have something like a first guide how to deal with artificial intelligence in cities. So it can be kind of inspiration, and maybe something like if we want to do it strategical, we should prepare some strategy, but maybe it's enough to implement the principles of governments in all other strategies, and to unify the approach of the stakeholders. Then also to assign clear responsibilities to employees and delegate the responsibilities, to prepare some monitoring mechanism for open governance indicators. And also this can improve the implementation of all the dimension of open governments. So thank you very much for your attention. I will be happy to answer your question if you have some.
I can make an observation. I mean, I'm quite new in these topics, but it was really interesting, the presentation. And we are facing the same problems we have for this project that we're doing forced, let's say, in collaborating with the municipality, and we are facing this, we are doing this effort in trying to let them understand the potential that there is in this collaboration and in creating this participative process and local governance strategies. So it was maybe a reflection, then we talk about that, but how can we let them understand the potential? And this is the big question of the word, but the point is, we have on the side the politicals, maybe it's the people elected, that are just looking at the immediate results because they need confirmation. So they are looking just to the picture, collaborating with the university to have a picture and showing people that they're doing well. On the other side, we have the people that are actually working within the municipality that sometimes have potential and knowledge and would like to be involved, but there are sometimes lots of fighting within them or with the political parties of the moment. So there is no collaboration. So the thing is, can be an option to create some sort of incentivation or award, or we were discussing about that with my professor to creating this connection to consolidate this relation. But I mean, maybe you're more expert, you can suggest something, strategies, or just share experiences.
Maybe I have two experiences. One is with our city, where we have the university. When I started the university as a PhD student, it's almost 15 years old, but there was no connection with the city, and they don't reflect our research results. We even offer them the help, but they don't want to listen. But we still try. And it was still about how to explain, how to persuade them, and it was about the personal connection, because they start to invite us because they see that we do something. And even what happened, we were invited by the state, like by some ministries, to present our research results abroad, and they see that we are accepted and we are like well known in some area. So they start to accept us, and they start to develop the cooperation more. And when I speak with some boy from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from Czech Republic, because they have even better developed cooperation between universities and the public administration, they said the same. And he was young, that you have to say just what you know, you have to try, and you have to persuade them. That's all. It's still about the personal contact and try to communicate with them somehow. But it's very difficult because many times you are disappointed, they don't react, they don't respond, so it's quite difficult.
It happens also in Italy. I think around the world, all about this problem is similar around the world. But I think that it's more difficult when the municipality is smallest, because as you said really well, one technician has to do many things, so it's so difficult that they want to learn something more. But also in the biggest cities or medium cities, because my matter of I can say I collaborated with Cagliari municipality, so it's not so big a city, it's a medium city, and it's the same also for me. I try to collaborate with them completely gratis.
Yes, exactly the same.
Only for
because you live in the city and you know how to help.
But they don't understand, because they think that there is one side, and so I can understand perfectly the situation.
Yes, I have another question, because also for me, I agree with all your observation. I work with the inner areas in Italy, so the problems are always the same. But I wonder if you do a connection. We analyzed in a project the administrative vibrancy, like this, because we found that if the major are women or young people, so under 40, young,
you could see that we don't have so many young.
Exactly, we have few, but in that municipality there are things happen more. So more projects, more proactivity. So we found that in inner areas and also very small municipalities do try to work with them. Something happens also in the surrounding area. And another question that I don't know if you have in your interviews and questionnaire is the availability of this technician or politics to participate in a capacity building project. So I see that there are not enough capacities to manage everything, but they are available to learn or not. Because
we had a question in the questionnaire if they have the department of technical support or IT or something like this, but we didn't ask the majors if they educate, especially in these IT skills. But generally, I can say that in Slovakia we don't have the system, like obligatory system to educate for the majors or even for the employees. So that's why I think it's also a problem. And usually, if they want to educate somehow, they say there is a support, but I'm not sure, because they don't spend the time. I don't know, maybe 1 week in education. If they have too much bureaucracy things, what they need to do. And 2 weeks ago, we had some workshop with the employees from one city in Slovakia, and we asked them about the way of education, which they prefer, and they said that they want, for example, one Friday per month, and just they will educate. For this, they are open. So maybe it is a system how to find some solution, how to educate, but there's again the group of employees which want to educate, and the rest they don't want. So this one, the group which want to educate. So okay, welcome. Thank you very much. So. And this presentation, we should have Enrico. Okay,
yes, can you hear me?
From the technical point of view.
I think I'm present 2 times in this meeting.
Yeah, that's it. He has to share his screen.
You can share the screen if we are able to see the presentation.
Yes. Okay, can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Yes, now we are able to see.
Okay, so good afternoon. First of all, I want to thank you, the organizers. I am Enrico Hollini from the University of Florence. I'm a researcher in the DISIT lab, and I will present this work about a privacy-preserving solution for people flow origin-destination matrix estimation in public areas. And yes, I will start right now the presentation, if I can change. Okay, so there is global context. So the understanding how people move in public spaces is really important towards safety, service optimization, and also commercial strategies. Let's say that real-time insights that you can gather can support both operational monitoring and long-term planning. Our solution wanted to exploit thermal images and computer vision algorithms towards, at the end, deriving origin-destination matrices. This is because there is an increase in demand for people predictive analytics and how they move in stations, in metro, in conferences, in shopping centers. There is some challenges related to the privacy, of course, when dealing with the people, and also regarding alternative sensors. In this work, we used thermal cameras, but there are also Wi-Fi sniffing sensors and laser sensors, but there is much more difficulty when predicting how people move from those data. So we have this challenge on the privacy, and also many existing solutions struggle when there is crowded situations or occluded environments. In this way, we propose our robust privacy compliant solution. Okay, so this is the use case. We proposed we developed the solution in this area that is an indoor congress where you can have occluded people, and there are 4 main origin destination points. So these are the challenges: partial occlusion, stop and go motion, people that go forward and then come back. And so when dealing with privacy regarding video cameras, if you use thermal videos, you are GDPR compliant. So there are no problems regarding this aspect. I will start with the data flow. So the capturing of the thermal image has been done with this axis camera that has a wide angle lens. And so we apply the pre-processing towards reducing the distortion due to the wide angle camera. This ensures compatibility across different cameras, also telephoto lenses. Next step, I don't know if you can see, but in green there are the boxes where the computer vision algorithm detect the people. We evaluated 2 solutions and we selected the best. And so we have these bounding boxes that we can use towards tracking the people. So you can derive the trajectory that they made with other kind of algorithms. We have tracking system OC sort, strong sort, that have some benefits and some cons. The next step in the data flow is the trajectory smoothing that helped the next part of the solution towards classifying the trajectories. This is done calculating some features from the trajectories, like the start and end points, the duration, the length of the trajectory. Exploiting this data, we finally classified the trajectories in these 16 different patterns, different trajectories, and we evaluated different deep learning models, both supervised and unsupervised approaches. At the end, we will see that XGBoost will be the best performing one. That is an ensemble learning algorithm. The dataset used was pretty much unbalanced. We see that the trajectory 3 has the majority of people that tracked has been tracked. The dataset was annotated. In particular, was regarding 1 hour of video. We had 1,700 more or less pedestrian trajectories annotated, and we needed to put the bounding boxes and also the tracking of the trajectories. The classification was done with a tool assigning to the 16 different paths from the black image that we saw. And so the next part is the data that we extrapolated via these trajectories. As I said, the start and end point. We have also the difference, and the angle, the curvature, the concavity, the length of the trajectory, the number of points of the trajectory, and we will see next which are the most important ones for the problem. So, as evaluation metrics, we reported for the detection, the precision, recall, and mean average precision. All of these has been evaluated with standard intersection over union threshold. So if the ground truth box has been detected by the prediction box with more than 50% of the area, that is a right detection. For tracking, there is this higher order tracking accuracy. Here you can find the details that combines both spatial accuracy and temporal consistency. And for the trajectory classification, since our problem was unbalanced, we used weighted precision, weighted recall, and weighted F1 score. So this accounts for imbalance. Regarding the results, we see that we had two models. These are you only look once models, so object detection specific models. And regarding different metrics, at the end of the day, we decided to go for the V8 version of this one-stage detector. For the tracking, here I hope that the video will start. We compared these algorithms, and the OCI sort was the best tracking algorithm that we found, comparing during the test set. Okay, here there is a video. And in blue, there are the trajectories detected by the algorithm. The difficulty is then exploiting the feature extracted when after the Gaussian noise reduction to classify these in the 16 different paths that we saw towards understanding how people move. I will speed up. And so this diagonal is the most important flow that was traveled, let's say. For the trajectory classification, we saw that we needed to account for the imbalance of the dataset. And when comparing these models, the best one was the XGBoost. That is an ensemble learning algorithm whose processing time is pretty impressive and fast. So we wanted also to early predict the trajectory of the people. We will see next. However, before we needed to perform an analysis on the different features for the trajectories that led to be considered the most important for the models. We see the most important features when applying this explainability to the model are the start and endpoint coordinates, and also the difference and Euclidean distance between the start and the end. This one. These are also based on the different classes. There are 16 of those. We used the SHAP, that is a framework, because these models are black box models, and applying explainability help us also understand why they predict a specific trajectory. We wanted to determine origin destination matrices. In this slide, you can see what origin destination matrix is. So we have the start point A towards, let's see, the D part. So this trajectory here was traveled, yes, let's say medium value. The least active points are C, both as origin and destination. So in this case, maybe was also imbalanced for this case. And the most common flow are from D to B and from B to D. This diagonal that we saw on the video was the most traveled during that video on the test set. The prediction, this is the ground truth values compared when XGBoost values are pretty good. 84, 87, let's see, 11, 10. So some errors, but statistically you can gather a lot of information on how people move. We wanted also to try to early classify these trajectories, and this is done by cutting the trajectory lengths at 25, 50, 75, and 100%, and 125%. This is because the length of the trajectory is compared to the image diagonal. And we saw that you need to have at least the 75% length of the trajectory based on the diagonal to have sufficient enough F1 score, so to have right predictions. This was run on a standard workstation, and the average time for processing a single frame was less than 0.1 seconds. So these thermal cameras often works from 7 to 9 frames per second, and this was capable of real-time processing. We see that the detection part takes as much time as the acquisition of the image. The tracking is really fast, and also the classification. Yes, so which are the conclusions from this work? We presented this real-time privacy compliant solution for detecting, tracking, and classifying people's movements in crowded junctions, as we saw, with the occlusions from different people using thermal cameras, and towards generating these origin destination matrices that can reflect how people move in indoor areas, but you can apply also on outdoor plazas and other use cases. This combination was robust towards tracking on the thermal images. The XGBoost was the best classifier, trained based on these 16 defined paths on the feature that we saw. We applied also an explainable part towards identifying which are the most relevant features and understand if the model is focusing on the relevant one or not when dealing with the prediction. And we support early classification from partial trajectories, more or less 75%. Here you can see a result summary, and our solution had also real-time performance on standard hardware when dealing with the thermal cameras that often work on 7 to 9 frames per second. Yes, thank you for your attention. I think I stayed in the time. If you have any question, please be free to ask. I will try to reopen the presentation, the meeting.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Do we have some questions? Maybe you should come. Yes.
Can you hear me?
We will have the questions.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. No, yes, I worked with this kind of things. I mean, I work at the University of Pisa with space syntax, people behavior, people movement. And no, the question is, I noticed that, I mean, it's really interesting because it's something that I'm exploring, but I have not the competencies to do. I mean, I had this sort of top-down versus bottom-up approach, so space syntax. I don't know if agent-based modeling. So from the side of agent-based modeling, I try to model people movement, and I completely shared the problem of the privacy from my PhD thesis and on. So the point was looking at the matrix, I noticed that, tell me if I'm wrong, that the origin destination and the destination origin are almost the same. I mean, is symmetrical if I'm not wrong. And I think this is an interesting result because from the space syntax approach is something that could be verified. I mean, I don't know if you know about configuration analysis, space syntax, but it's something that can, how to say, this data can confirm what I'm searching for and what I'm finding within my research. So I was very happy to see this result within this research. So it was more an observation, and I was asking you if you ever think of adding the layer of space syntax, if you know that, and if not, if you decided not to use it. That's it. Thank you.
Yes. So no, I'm not familiar with this kind of space syntax, but I also had the PhD in Pisa. So if you want, you have my email to further discuss.
Sure.
The part on this symmetric origin destination matrix is, I think, yes, this was a validation of that, but it was done on a congress, so we can exploit our solution also on different kind of images, like plazas in the center of cities. And so if you want to collaborate, you can of course write, and we will discuss more on that.
Sure. Yes, I'm really interesting. I think that the two methodologies can complement each other. So I will send you an email. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much. Any other question?
We have some more? No, thank you very much. And we should have the last presentation. I see Elena is online.
Yes,
so,
I can hear you.
Perfect. So you can share your presentation with us. And the title is Planning for a Livable and Resilient Southern Waterfront in Athens, the role of coastal municipalities in setting priorities and addressing dilemmas for local development. So,
right. Just give me one moment. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So, hello from me as well. I am Melen Spanogianni from the National Technical University of Athens. It's a pleasure to be with you, although I'm virtually with you. And today I will present our work co-authored with Associate Professor Yota Theodora, which is part of a broader ongoing scientific project with the title that you can see on your screen.
Yes. But sometimes there is some bad connection, I think, or I don't know. But some words are we are not able to listen properly.
No.
Okay, so maybe just move closer to PC. That's all.
Okay. I will try to stay close to the PC. Okay. So, as an introduction, we could say that waterfronts have long been at the heart of urban development, but in recent decades, they have become contested spaces shaped by climate change, energy pressures, and decreasing socioeconomic polarization.
And maybe there is a problem with the presentation; it doesn't move.
I mean, the second slide, it doesn't move.
We see the first one.
Oh. I'm in the third now. You cannot see it.
No. Maybe just try it again. To stop share and try to again share.
Okay, okay.
Okay, now we are able to see the second slide.
Okay, okay. So in response to all this that I said before, planning practice is evolving, and there is a growing consensus in international literature that effective coastal development today requires a shift away from top-down models toward inclusive and adaptive planning, grounded in local knowledge and supported by multi-level governance. Greece, however, presents a unique challenge. Despite its deeply coastal character, planning remains fragmented. Our urban waterfronts, especially in Athens, are often shaped more by investment logics and super-local agendas than by community-led visions. Against this backdrop, our study investigates how local municipalities, specifically Calithea and Moschato Tavros, two of the five coastal municipalities of the South Athens Regional Unit, engage with the planning and development of the southern waterfront. The case study focuses on Faliero Bay, a key zone on special and political tension between local priorities and regional ambitions. Is the slide moving because I changed it?
No. Still, we see the second one.
Maybe there is not a good connection. I don't know why this happens.
Okay, now there is a fourth. Now three, okay.
Okay, maybe I should keep it this way, not for full screen. So we try it this way. Is it obvious?
It's fine.
Okay, okay. So why focus on municipalities? Because they offer critical place-based insights that are often absent from centralized planning frameworks, and local authorities hold actually the contextual knowledge needed to shape spatially just, sustainable, and resilient development. But often they face a series of obstacles, limited decision-making power, institutional fragmentation, inconsistent legal frameworks, and sometimes a lack of coordination with regional or national authorities. To structure our inquiry, we draw on comparative lessons from other coastal cities with more established coastal governance models. For example, we saw Lisbon, which has advanced participatory coastal planning through collaborative mechanisms, balancing resilience goals with special integration, and Baltimore, which has established a dedicated coastal governance agency, enhancing community engagement and cross-sectoral coordination. In contrast, Greece lacks a national coastal plan grounded in flexibility, participation, and continuity. And we will go on to the next slide. Where we can see the place of reference. Our case study is grounded in the southern seafront of Athens, particularly Faliero Bay, which forms one of the two major superlocal zones of coastal development, the other being Ellinikon. We focus on two municipalities, Calithea, which includes major infrastructure and enjoys partial physical access to the coast, and Moschato Tavros, where spatial disconnection is far more intense, with almost no direct contact between the urban fabric and the sea. Though adjacent, these municipalities face the same challenges, but also reflect different experiences of coastal development, making them ideal for comparative analysis. This area has long been shaped by overlapping investments, Olympic infrastructure, port functions, cultural development, but always without a unified vision or intermunicipal cooperation. The tension between development and fragmentation became a central point of investigation in our research. Our research adopts a qualitative, specially grounded methodology tailored to uncover governance gaps, stakeholder perception, and spatial functional challenges. This methodology builds on previous work we have conducted on the southern waterfront of Athens, which, among others, developed a multi-criteria typology of coastal zones based on vulnerability, access, and development pressure. In this current phase, we used semi-structured interviews with key informants, and these interviews were also supported by field observations and previous cartographic and policy analysis. We deliberately designed the interviews to be accessible even to non-technical staff, allowing space for experiential place-based knowledge to emerge. And data were then coded and analyzed thematically using both deductive and inductive techniques to identify institutional barriers, shared visions, and points of divergence between the two municipalities. Our questionnaire structure mirrors earlier work conducted by us, and the parameters of our investigation are coastline, urbanization, transport networks, technical infrastructure projects, and human activities. So we structured our interviews around three thematic pillars, each containing subtopics aligned with the special planning aforementioned parameters. And these themes were waterfront transformation, waterfront sustainable development and governance, and spatial continuity and urban integration. By using a consistent methodological framework across studies, we can track change over time and identify institutional patterns, not just individual project outcomes. Seeing the comparative presentation, we see that both municipalities acknowledge the massive spatial transformation brought by land reclamation and the 2004 Olympic Games, but their current realities differ. Kalithea has partial access, a cultural waterfront identity, and is focused on improving quality and connectivity, while Moschato Tavros is still spatially and symbolically cut off from the sea and views redevelopment as an existential urban priority. Both point to private investment dominance as a key concern. Neither feels fully empowered in current decision making, echoing findings from previous literature on weak municipal capacity in fragmented governance contexts. While both municipalities support sustainable development, their approaches differ. Kalithea aims to enhance the cultural and green character of the seafront, while Moschato Tavros emphasizes equity, open access, and ecological preservation, reflecting its current exclusion from the coast. Legal frameworks remain a major challenge. The coastal zone is not formally included in municipal general urban plans, giving central or regional authorities disappropriate control. And this disconnect between planning responsibility and administrative jurisdiction reinforces the feeling of marginalization expressed in our interviews. Spatial continuity is another point of divergence. Kalithea benefits from pedestrian links and soft mobility projects, but still struggles with Posidonos Avenue as a hard boundary. Moschato Tavros, by contrast, lacks even basic visual or physical access to the sea. The Coastal Ecological Park project at Faliro Bay, which is under construction, is seen as a potential turning point. Both municipalities support it, but cautiously, Kalithea wants to avoid the city within a city scenario like Elymon, and Moschato Tavros sees it as a once-in-a-generation chance to reclaim its waterfront, but insists on a role in governance and maintenance. Our comparative matrix, summarized in the paper as Table 1, which is part of the general table and which refers only to the first theme, clearly shows that the divergent priority of the two municipalities exists. It also shows the common institutional constraints they face. but also the critical role of local visioning, even when formal power is lacking. This underscores the need for governance innovation. Without flexible frameworks that respect local priorities, even well-funded coastal projects risk alienating the very communities they are meant to serve. To conclude, our research shows that resilient and livable waterfronts cannot be delivered without empowering local governments. Participation must be institutionalized, not symbolic. Value by a coordinated, multi-scalar, and participatory governance model is essential. We recommend inventing municipal input in planning processes, creating intermunicipal platforms for coastal planning, and integrating spatial and maritime planning at all levels. Next steps in our research include engaging regional and community stakeholders, expanding our interview base, and building a governance framework model grounded in the lessons learned from Calisthea and Moscato Tavros. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And do we have some questions? Maybe I ask, because you did the research, I think it's very important for the local authority and for the local municipality. Did they already implemented some measures how to solve this situation?
Okay. Actually, we came in contact with the mayors of the two municipalities. They were between the key persons we talked with. They haven't implemented anything yet. They are just in the stage of pointing out the problems, I would say. They are interested in finding a solution about all this and about an intermunicipal coordination, actually, because this is the major problem. So they are positive to changes. They complain about their role, that their role is restricted and they want to do things, but they're not able to implement them. So we are in touch with them. This was only our initial stage of our work. So we are going on with our field research, and we're going to come back to them with more to see more things, and specifically things where some things happen and why and all this stuff. So we're ongoing with this.
So you will cooperate with them also to prepare the exact measures, or how to tailor the measures exactly for these cities or areas?
Yes. Actually, my PhD with this presentation was a part of my PhD, has to do with the with the coastal integration of the Athens waterfront. We're examining 5 municipalities, so 2 of them are those that we presented today. And we are in touch with them so as to find out a typology of the coastal zone. We are working on different scales. So we're going to go now more specifically to see where the coast can be connected with the urban fabric, where there are problems, why there are problems, and all this.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. Thank you.
Thank you very much also for the session, because we had only 4 presentations, so we finish the session, and I hope that you will enjoy the evening program. So thank you very much that you stay here. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
You're welcome.